had a, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I could, just 5.3 for our council request for information, a little update on our roads. And then also 8.2, if we could, the Village of Denelda viability review update. Move that into camera, and I'll give just a verbal followed up by a written one.
Okay.
And then,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chairman,
Andrew.
from administration, we'll tack 4.1, the delegation with Brownlee. It's associated with 12.1 on your agenda already. And then 10.2, a letter from Lacombe County regarding advocacy about the Lacombe Research and Development Center closure.
And then I'd like to add 12 to 12.5 Denelda truck, Bill. Just an update on it.
Sure.
Anything else? Councilor Gano?
I'll move the additions.
Agenda with additions. Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. No public hearings, as was mentioned in our agenda update, that we have a delegation at 10:30. So we will start with councilor's request for information, 5.1, fire permits, and got my name behind it. I guess I was the one that phoned in about it. I just had some calls from ratepayers. There's certain large farmers that just get a burn permit and then burn when it's winds are blowing into other people's yards. And then also another call I received was a farm site was taken up and a hole was dug and everything that was on the farm, the house, the barn, the shop was all pushed into the hole and burnt, like nothing cleaned out of it. There was motors with used oil in them. There was things like that that were pushed into this hole. So I said I would follow up. I did phone a vet just to ask her what was on her fire permits, because typically it's burning brush. But I don't know if it's something we need to relook to, maybe just not to issue a fire permit, just to burn whatever you want to burn. Because it was very, very quick black, but a very black fire for a few minutes. So I don't know what had been utilized, what had been done. But the one with all the things pushed into it, like there was, I don't know how the people knew that there was 40 to 50 small engines that had been pushed into the hole and a bunch of used Chev engines that had been just pushed into the hole as part of this fire. So it's, I don't know if we have to do some education or if we got to go through a bylaw and make sure we specify what the burn permits are or what they are, because as these farm sites get bought up, this seems to happen. The other one was within 150 to 200 meters of another farmer's yard, and they lit the brush piles when the wind was blowing right past the farmer's yard. His wife is asthmatic. They had to just take her off the farm. And then it was unmanned for quite a few hours also. So it was concerns. We can't fix, I don't think, what happened, but we need to maybe fix what happens go forward. I just don't know what other thoughts, if it's happened in other areas, or it certainly has potential to happen, but. Andrew?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just point out that on the basis of the title for the request for information, we did include the fire permit bylaw as well as an example fire permit in your package. Starting at page 4 is the bylaw, and then a few pages later at page 9 is a sample fire permit, which does list the conditions. We do have offenses under the fire permit bylaw regarding not complying with the conditions of a permit, as well when it comes to structures and burning structures. We will not issue a permit for burning a structure without the fire chief having reviewed. And that's because typically most structures are going to have materials that are not compliant with the, what is the act? The substance release regulation as to what's burnable and what's not. And we do include, these are excerpts. This is the back of a fire permit. So each person who gets a fire permit does get the excerpts of the provincial legislation. As far as the substance release regulation goes, which is really where the meat is for burning things you shouldn't burn, we do not have the authority to enforce that one. That is under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, and our peace officers are only able to enforce a small section of that act relating to solid waste, basically littering. But as far as burning materials, you said you or didn't say you were going to burn. If you say, "Yeah, I'm just burning brush," wink, wink, we're not going to let that happen generally, but it does need to be reported because we do need to collect the evidence. The evidentiary standard is getting higher.
Yeah, and I think that's important that you have to let ratepayers know that they need to call us. If, the black smoke's rising, they need to call in right away so we can get out there.
Councilor Nyberg?
Just on Mr. Clark and I looked at each other with the black smoke, but I have done a number of those where I've started it with diesel fuel and it gets pretty black at the very start. I'm not sure that's the way that we're supposed to do it, but diesel fuel seems to work very nicely to start the fires. So.
Yes, there's some individuals that use diesel fuel on tires too.
Oh no, that's
And then it burns black.
it's pretty hard on a guy. That's all I could say. Not that I've had any experience with that.
Yeah, and I'll pass the land locations, the one land location on to staff, and then if they can follow up, I'll put it through a ratepayer concern. But I probably won't list the people that phoned in. I'll show it as my name on it, and just to see if they did get that approval through the fire chief, because I think if it was approved, it was, from what I understood, it was just everything was pushed into it.
Yeah, and that's not likely to be approved.
I don't think it would have been, no.
So, but ultimately, we've got enough enforcement to be able to do just from complaints, so we don't do spot checks on fire permits. So unless council wanted to give alternative direction, and we would triage our enforcement priorities. We have had some back and forth over the years about two of the conditions on here being 5 and 6. So the wind speed has always been a condition as 10 kilometers an hour being the maximum you should be burning under to prevent that effect on your neighbors. And then having an adult in attendance at all times. And that means, if you're burning overnight, you're there overnight. Those are technical conditions of our permits. There has been a variety of opinions whether that is too onerous or not of a fire permit in an agricultural community. So we would certainly appreciate this council, even if not now, giving some thought to giving direction to administration on those conditions in particular, and what enforcement would look like on those.
Is there any part of this that if it's you're burning brush that affects another homeowner?
So we've
Is
got
there
condition
distance there?
10, which is consideration must be given to neighbors to avoid physical discomfort as a result of burning. And I believe there's some similar text in the bylaw itself. Unfortunately, I think if we were to try and take it on that and we were fought on it, we've basically put the evaluation of the discomfort on the victim, as far as the courts would call it, and they're not likely to give much weight to saying that that's an objectively too much smoke or that's a reasonable amount of smoke because it's coming straight from the affected party. And there's not a great quantitative way to deal with it short of saying you shall not burn when smoke leaves your property, or shall not burn with smoke leaving your property at an elevation below X meters kind of thing above ground level. So making enforcement more successful takes a lot more work.
Yeah, well, I drove past that second site where the landowner had complained about the smoke going into the yard and breathing conditions with his wife. It was very close. It was directly southeast of his house, which we typically this time of year can get winds like that quite regularly. And this smoke is not like a nice campfire smoke. When they're burning that freshly plowed up poplar, and it's a very acidy raw smoke. Yeah. Counselor Walker?
Yeah, I will say, that must be on neighbors that don't get along. I've actually, most people, most farmers that have it have a water tank parked beside the fire or a disc behind the tractor, but they also, they'll light it when it's going away and the wind does change. Like
Mhm.
one guy I'm thinking of, the wind changed and it came right to when he lit the fire, the wind was going away from it. It's hard to govern that.
Yeah, no, that is hard to govern if it's changed, but I believe the wind was probably in the right direction when it was lit. So it's just something I think we should maybe put a reminder out on our permits about the neighbor piece too, is just try to be neighborly. That's all what we can ask, and if everybody understands if something switches around.
Mhm.
But if it started that way, it doesn't build a good neighbor relationship very well. So I just wanted to bring it to the table. I will forward in the one on that had the buildings and stuff, so we can just do a paperwork follow up on that and just see what was done.
Mhm.
Okay. Do I put the land like is that's just amongst our staff?
Yeah.
And,
Ratepayer requests are generally would be excluded from disclosure because generally there's personally identifying information. Now, if you're filing that and somebody gave a request for access to information under what was formerly the FOIP Act, they would probably get that information because you're a corporate officer kind of thing. Your personal information's not well protected. Um, but generally, if it's still part of the subject to enforcement, we can redact it on that
okay.
ability as well.
Councilor Nyberg?
So, Mr. Chair, too, the fact that it's specific enough to say that it was Chev engines is interesting. However, I think that's outside our preview. That might be an Alberta environment issue. A little bit of my past life doing that is that's a no-no.
But if we're providing the fire permit, that's what concerns me is where.
Yeah, no, but I think you would want to get back to this individual that if they have a readily complaint that is of concern to them, that maybe they should get in contact with Alberta Environment, because that's the burn permit, unfortunately, is passe in the fact that it's over and done with, right? The fire's done, and then the permit, we can't put the horse back in the barn per se, but Alberta Environment can do something about that issue that was done, and that's their kind of wheelhouse. So whether they'll do anything about it, another story, but just a note that I think you should look at.
Okay. Councilor Hunter?
Like, you want trailers like full of water sitting on site, like 20 below weather, how's that gonna work? I just can't see it. Farmer pull out a trailer full of water and have his Honda pump there and everything, like, that's not gonna work.
There was a hole in a cat on site, so they could have started pushing stuff or working stuff if they had to, but there was no water tanks on site, no, and which would be tough.
Yeah, so
great.
like, what's their options there? Like, and I don't see anybody ever on site with these burning like 24 hours for sure.
Back to Andrew or Vet, like with those, usually that's based on snow cover and those pieces too, whether they have to have adequate water, because adequate water is for naturally for when it's not freezing.
Yeah, so the conditions don't change seasonally, and we don't have a great detail of nuance in the bylaw or the conditions for consideration of snowpack versus no snowpack, and just about to be a fire ban versus middle of a flood kind of thing. That is where the more generalized wording of Section 7 being sufficient tools, equipment, and quantities of water. Unfortunately, again, that makes enforcement fairly difficult unless I can say, well, clearly you didn't have sufficient tools, equipment, and quantities of water because it got away from you, right? And it burnt down your neighbor's house. That's the only time I'm likely going to be able to enforce that. Because I, as a landowner, might say, well, yeah, I had sufficient quantities of water. The sufficient quantity of water was the snow around it in conjunction with my sufficient tools, right? Because I had a backhoe or a tractor there, and I could have disbined it, right? So it's shades of gray.
Councilor Stevens, you have your hand up?
Yeah, the last time we opened up this bylaw and tweaked it, it was giving us the ability to stack fines. So we had an incident of a large farmer who was burning multiple piles during a fire ban without a permit, without anyone on site at all. So it was completely unsupervised, no tools, no water, no permit during a fire ban. So those are, I get that this is subjective, but we need to have that in place to go after those egregious examples like that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, if I can get a receipt for information, I'll put that, as I said, I'll put that forward. Okay, thanks, Councilor General. Call the question, all in favor? That would be
In favor.
carried. 5.2, roadside brushing. Councilor Hunter? No, no? Oh. Yep.
No, sorry.
He doesn't want any done.
Trying to do two things here.
Yeah.
I think this needs to be looked at because the brushing that got done close to me, the taxes on that land won't pay for it for 5 years or more. And brushing got done inside the fence line with nothing, no trees on the ditch side or any around the fence at all. I don't know if we can do if we could meet with the farmer and say like 20% of this bill should be yours, or do we just do it up to the fence and that's it? Just looking at some direction. Anybody got pictures? I think Andrew's got pictures of.
I think I only got the video you sent of the solar panels.
Oh,
last meeting.
okay. But I mean, it's very clear to see that on some of those pictures that all the brushing was done on the farmer's side and there was nothing done on the ditch.
Which Mr. Hunter did bring to me, and I wanted to bring to the table just for other councilors to think about. And because it is us that do the level of service and the brushing that decide on what it will be. And some of the pictures that were sent are very, it's very well brushed, really good job done, but it's at how far do we do it? Councilor Nevern.
So, Mr. Chair, and I see Gregory's got his hand up already, but I think this could be a longer conversation. Go forward if Mr. Hunter would like to instruct administration to bring back our brushing policy, and then that also gives the administration an opportunity to explain their portion of what's going forward. So, and then we can have a fulsome discussion on it. I don't think that's a bad thing to do.
Gregory?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. If I may, just a brief kind of summary of what we're doing a lot of the time when we are brushing, and the fact that in many locations there are varying degrees of brush in either the right of way or on ratepayer property. When we do have a brushing request come in and we go out and we survey and we investigate and we determine the best opportunity to relieve the situation for both the County of Stettler and the ratepayer, lots of times the agreements are made with the ratepayer to allow for us to brush back onto their property to have that debris on their property. We don't burn on our property. We don't burn on right-of-ways. We don't bury on right-of-ways. So we have that opportunity to work with the property owners. Yes, we are clearing some brush from their property line on their property, but we're also allowing us the opportunity to be able to relieve ourselves from the extra and added cost of hauling all that debris that is in our right-of-way, hauling it away, and then looking for a place for it to be disposed of later, which is an added cost to that very procedure. So there are give and takes. We can definitely open it up and have a conversation with council, but just wanted to give you a brief summary of exactly the approach that we take when we're working with these brushing, and some of the other points of view when we're looking at costs associated with hauling debris is quite expensive when you start looking at man time and equipment.
CEO Costi?
We did tweak that policy not that long ago, and it was to do with burning of the brush, because we won't do it anymore, because if you're going to burn brush, you have to monitor it. And if it's 24 hours, and the farmer wants it brushed, then he has to monitor it. We will go back and bury after it's been burnt, but that's totally up to the farmer.
Go ahead, Councilor.
But some of this brushing I'm talking about, like, it went for half a mile and there was nothing on county side. And I understand, I know where Greg's coming from, definitely, but at what point, like, how much brushing do we do for free?
Well, I think we need to look at the policy because that is a level of service that we've offered in the past where you go on a list, there's no guarantee of when it will be done. It says we have time, but we do or have been doing fence lines for property owners.
Understandable, but I'd like to try to save some money.
Okay, do you a request for the information?
I think,
Request
yes.
to administration to bring back further information on brushing or brushing.
I so
policy.
move.
Call the question?
Chairman, I would
Yes.
just ask, is that for an upcoming council meeting, or would that be acceptable to defer to a committee of the whole meeting? I'm guessing we're going to end up with committee of the wholes at least quarterly, is kind of the volume of stuff we've got piling up.
I would recommend committee of the whole myself because it
Mhm.
gives us little bit longer time to work on it if we'd like to. Councilor Nyberg?
And we'll do committee of the whole, but I think maybe that we would bring it back because we are in the public eye. What we decide from the public for the public and in the committee of the whole should bring it back to there. But either or is just as good.
Well, yeah, any of the decision making would come back to be approved at a council meeting, you bet. Okay, is that your request?
No, I agree with that.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor?
In favor.
Carried. Nice, Brownlee did come in.
We've just got Corey so far. Corey, I
Okay.
assume that Greg will be joining us as well.
That's correct. I just joined a little bit early, so we're fine. I think still for 10:30.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, Corey.
Yeah, of course.
We'll go to 5.3 road conditions. Or roads.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that. I just, earlier on, I heard Mr. Hunter talking about some of the roads too as well. And I think mostly for administration's ability to explain to all of council where we're at on the roads. I have received a few concerns as well. That seems that this condition of snow, I understand that we leave snow and try and pack it into the road to save the gravel, but there's something with what's going on out there that has left the roads not 100%. And I'm just wondering if we could get a quick update from Public Works on that. I just go from there.
Yep.
Greg?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So basically what we saw, and I mean, this was, I guess, a bird's eye view of the situation that we were in leading into the last snow event, is we had significant thaw to the point where we were, there was standing water on roadways. We were bound to bare gravel. The frost hadn't left the road completely. We had, the upper couple of inches where it was kind of slushy, wet, sloppy conditions like that. So unfortunately, when the roads are in that condition, council knows, staff knows, there isn't a whole lot we can do with them. So we were receiving a whole lot of, that road chatter, as I like to call it, in those roads where we were seeing it was soft, it was slushy, it was wet on the top couple of inches. So, and then pairing that with, a quick snowfall after that, where we received both snow and wind, it did lead us to a point where even with leaving that bit of snow on top as we normally would do to retain the gravel and not easily push it off as it was getting worked into the snow with the traffic, we saw the point where we were at that, where we had left snow on top, we have a rough, uneven surface underneath. The amount of snow that was left on top, some operators left a little more than what we would like to have left on there. So we are seeing some of that washboard and rough surfaces as well. Side point, we were down some equipment through that series, and we were trying to move a lot of snow and open up a lot of roads in a quick hurry. So there was speed involved as well. I'll say that straight up. Where we're at right now, we're back to square one. There is rough sections. Grader operators are out with we have straight blades on right now because the snowpack depth isn't great enough that we can work with a sandvik blade and remedy any of that rough surface. So we have our straight blades on. We're out working those rough sections, and we are working through to make the surfaces a lot more smoother, to what we can anyways. We are seeing some temperatures again moving up towards the thaw section. So I do believe that right now we're in that time of year where we're going to see that constant freeze thaw, and we will be arm wrestling with road conditions from now until we get the opportunity to really get a good work and maintenance cycle onto a bare gravel road.
And Mr. Chair, thank you for that. I wanted to, so all the other councillors also had an update as well on that. It's, I kind of knew what I was going to hear anyways. So, just one other thing I would like to note for, some of the other councillors. If you're driving the roads, and I've been pretty adamant about, not having trees and ditches. If you drive the roads, just drive where you see a really nice clear spot and there's no trees in the ditch, and then you come to the spot where there's a whole bunch of trees are in the ditch. So I am a proponent for brushing for that reason. So,
Greg?
Yeah, if I can, please, Reeve, just to add to that, we did receive a lot of ratepayer phone calls, et cetera, throughout the last event, both with concerns and with kudos for the operators for the job that they were doing and getting things opened up as quick as they can. Like I said, just as valuable as the kudos are the concerns, because without those, we don't know where we need to maybe try to focus some more efforts. As usual, I mean, the entire county of Stettler does not get hit the same when we get snowfall. We get heavier snowfall rates in other areas. And so we're able to, with those ratepayer calls and concerns that come in, as well as anything that council brings forward, we're able to, with our own staff doing road scouting as well, divert efforts and make sure that our resources are being used as efficiently as possible to get that open. So,
Councillor Gano?
Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks for the update. I appreciated the update that we got before the weekend. In that update, it was noted that some equipment was down. I wonder if there was any learnings from, I assume it's cold weather hydraulics, and if there's anything that's going to be updated or changed as a result of those failures. Thank you.
yeah, if I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Gano. It's the usual run. Equipment is equipment in cold weather temperatures. We have all of our make standards for equipment warm up previous to operation. So we have the make standard. So Caterpillar gives us the information and we follow it to a T, as it then bodes well for our warranty work that gets done, and as well as for our own maintenance efforts. Those startup and running or warm up procedures are there for a reason, to allow for that hydraulic oil, engine oil, all fluid levels within the equipment to get warmed up and put into pace. Some things you just don't know until it happens. There's equipment fatigue where you have metal fatigue and things break. But overall, I mean, is it one of those things that could have been remedied with previous maintenance? No. A lot of it is just you get into the game and you figure out where the weak spots are. We had those graders operating for the better part of the winter without any effort or any issues or concerns at all. So, and a lot of things were just small items that, you know what, they aren't detrimental to the operation of the equipment, but they are detrimental to that piece of equipment in the long haul. So if continue to operating it, you lead to greater issues and concerns. So it's best to get them taken care of right away so that they can get back on the road, and then you don't have that grader and operator stress sitting there wondering, is it going to break down, and where is it going to break down at? So,
Thank you.
And we have Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Adam.
One thing that is going to change, hopefully sooner rather than later, is our snowplows. And I can't put this one on staff. We, as council, and myself in particular, went against staff recommendations when we chose which snowplow to order, and that has bit us in the butt a bit currently, because they have missed multiple deadlines. So that's part of the issue as well.
I did take the opportunity, Councillor Stevens, to reach out to the snowplow company to see what they could do to assist with both our old ones down and where our new ones were.
Did you have a response?
Not really. They did talk to me. Um, and they were supposed to get back to us because I told them I would take them up on their offer to come down with their technicians and get our other 2 snowplows operating. And, of course, I, gave them Public Works contact, and last time I had talked to you guys, they hadn't reached out yet. Still haven't reached out, yeah. Typical.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, yeah, we haven't received any contact from Viking Savez at this point in time. The large truck snowplows are back up and the small ones are back rolling. We were able to receive parts and things are moving along again.
Councillor Adam?
I think what we also need to do here is, like when I got a hold of Yvette over some upset ratepayers, is inform the public about what's going on. Because they're sitting here, I had the one phone call I had is, we're 3 days into the snow, why aren't the roads done? You know, the school bus can't get in here, well, the communication broke down. But also just informing people that we are doing the best we can, our people are working really hard. We have equipment down, that type of thing on the Facebook, on the website. Just some things that the people aren't just sitting there fuming, thinking we're ignoring them.
It is frustrating when there's people on calling in that don't have any understanding what cold weather and snow does to equipment and roads. It is very frustrating too from this table because probably we were close to pushing our equipment for what recommended temperatures were. And at one point, stuff wouldn't roll. So then we have to be careful what we ask for because the same people could be phoning in and complaining and our equipment isn't moving. They'll say, we did get out and we went by your grader yards and they're sitting. Well, they're sitting there for a valid reason because the temperature ratings of the manufacturers were keeping them parked, but that doesn't clear roads. So the hydraulics and
If we're
hydraulic
told
hose.
that, you know, it's not safe conditions for the equipment, will have further breaks, which will create further costs. That at this point, we just have to wait for slightly warmer temperatures in order to safely run our equipment so that your roads are done
Yeah.
correctly with less issues.
Yes, I guess we could communicate that out, and also the fact that as soon as we get one flake of snow, we've got all the requests to plow driveways.
Yeah.
And that message needs to get out that we'll get over our roads. I know we were covering some driveways as we're going by because you could tell by the ratepayer requests. But when people can't get down the roads, I don't think we need to explain to the individuals why their driveway isn't plowed.
No, but I think it was really good that, you know, like Nikki put down the priority list so people know what we are doing, where we're at, that we had equipment down. And those people that were, the school buses, well, for one thing, Clearview didn't communicate that they had some buses running because typically they don't in that weather, so that people were aware of what was going on. It doesn't have to be, you know, over the top dramatic, but they just are aware this is what's going on so that they're not fuming. I mean, some will anyways, but it will reduce the frustration of the public.
Yeah, and with the weather, I felt for our people because that wind was changing direction.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, I think we've talked about that enough.
Yeah.
I think we have our lawyers and they bill by the minute.
Yeah, they do.
Second.
That's very true, and it is 25.
Sorry, Greg.
So I guess, yes, I guess we need to have a motion to move into camera.
I'll give you that motion to go into camera.
Call a question, all in favor?
In favor.
105. And we will move to 6.2. Request for decision, Buffalo Lake Public Access Enhancement Report, page 14 of our packages.
Thank you very much, Reeve Clark. So this is kind of like a two-stage consideration for approval approach that administration is proposing. The Buffalo Lake Public Access Enhancement Plan report is attached to your agenda, and our intent at this stage is to provide it to council for time to read and go through and see what the recommendations are in that study, and then also to schedule a final round of public consultation or input before a final decision is made by council. So just a reminder that the Public Access Enhancement Project was about looking at 3 locations along the south shore of Buffalo Lake. These are lands that are owned by the county, and the South Shore Area Structure Plan and the Buffalo Lake IDP Intermunicipal Development Plan identify those as vehicular or public access sites to be able to reach the lake in both summer and wintertime conditions. And at some points, as we develop more of the South Shore Growth Node, there'll be a number of lots that don't have direct access to the lake. So these 3 sites are serving a couple audiences. One is the future ratepayers that may be up in that area that don't have direct lake access compared to the existing subdivisions. The others are the general residents across the county who wish to come up and enjoy a day or so at the lake. And then just the general public traveling and through Alberta as tourists or day trippers. So the study does look at each of the 3 sites and identify a range of possibilities for us to improve the ability of the public to go to those sites and use them to then recreate on or at the lake. What is new in terms of content that's not contained in that report is in the request for decision, and that's administration's framework for implementation and suggestions on if council's satisfied with what they see in the report for actual improvements, how would we go about in the course of 2026 starting to implement some of those ideas. So that includes basically spreading the effort around. We won't actually do everything that's called for in the reports in a single year, but there's a question of where are we going to start and what could people expect in terms of a build out over time. In terms of process, Reeve Clark, the recommendation is that council is able to take some time, read the document, and that also includes the What We Heard report. So that's a documentation that's also attached about the public consultation process that was used to get to the final report. You have both the summary document is on the public record, and as an in-camera resource, council does have access to all the verbatim comments, and that includes people's personal information and addresses and emails. So that's why we've provided that as in camera. But you can see how the summary was created and what exact statements were made by whom, if you so choose. As you're reviewing both, I encourage you to remember that the process in the project evolved as we went through the public consultation. So comments about early in the report may talk about plans that were then iterated and changed by the time we got to the second open house. So you may want to double check the dates on the comment forms or the sheets that as you read through that document. To facilitate that last and final round of input, we're suggesting that the materials come back to council on April 22nd for a more detailed presentation and review of the actual content and the implementation approach. April 22nd was chosen to allow us time to basically use March as a 30-day referral to our 4 other partners under the Buffalo Lake IDP, and then also have a bit of time to see any comments coming in and prepare a report to make it for the agenda cutoff for the April 22nd meeting. In terms of the meeting, where I can never guarantee how many people are going to attend or not going to attend. But if we have a fair number of people wishing to attend and then make presentations, Reeve Clark, we may have to run that very similar to one of our public hearings in terms of indicating some speaking rules and giving people a time limit and avoiding repetition. So with that, Reeve Clark, the recommendation is that the County of Stettler receives the Buffalo Lake Public Access Enhancement Report dated 2026 and administration's proposed implementation framework for information and schedules further consideration of the report's recommendations and implementation for the April 22nd, 2026 council meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. Any questions? Concerns? Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, as usual, our planning staff did a phenomenal job on this, and I will give you a motion for option number 1.
Okay. I will, any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
You're in favor, Counselor Stevens?
Yes, in favor.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you, Craig. While we're on 6, if we could do 6.1 so I can keep some order to the agenda. Request for decision 4-H Intermediate Excellence Award sponsorship, page 11 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll let Nikki speak to this one.
Good afternoon. We've received our annual request from the 4-H Beef Committee, which is planning their annual 4-H show and sale for May. I believe it happens over the May long weekend, and they're requesting our support this year for sponsoring the Intermediate Excellence Award again. This has been this would be the second year they're requesting it at the $1,000 level, and that was raised last year in order to match the junior and senior award amounts, which are sponsored as well, but through other groups. So this is for council to decide. Along with the sponsorship, we would prepare or convene a small committee that would review the 4 nominees, one from each of the clubs, and then interview the 4 nominees, and then we recommend an award winner to the group, and then the $1,000 goes to prizes which are received by all 4 of the nominees, not just the winner.
Thank you, Nikki. Any questions? Concerns?
Okay,
Counselor Nyberg, thank you.
I'll make the motion that we go ahead. Do we have to also send somebody to do the interviews, Nikki?
Yes, I typically would ask 1 or 2 members of council to sit in on the interviews. And normally, I don't know who the host committee is yet, but once I confirm our participation or not participation, they would inform me of the host committee. And then the councilor representing the host committee would typically participate and then also attend the event as well.
Okay, so I'll just make the motion to support the Stettler District 4-H Club again for the annual event, and the Intermediate Excellent Award for $1,000.
And was that out of rural development, or where did we take that out of before? Out of rural?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor.
That is carried. Our other in-camera session, do we have somebody from fire coming in, or?
That'll just be me.
Okay, well, I think maybe we'll carry through our agenda and then we can step into that. Okay, number 8, agenda items. 8.1, request for joint advocacy, page 109 of the package.
Thank you. You want to take this?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
speak to
go
this one. So the administration for the Summer Village of White Sands reached out to me earlier this month about Township Road 40-4. That's the road that gives primary access to the Summer Village of White Sands, and it is under our jurisdiction. Back in 2023, we identified some differing expectations of the service levels. And so the Summer Village partnered with us on funding some of the maintenance to keep up with the seasonal demand of traffic and to try and lower the necessity for road bans to protect that road. So moving forward, Summer Village of White Sands is hoping to convince the government of Alberta to take jurisdiction of that road, similar to the urban access road or urban approach road going into Big Valley. Belburn and Elnora have them too. The one into Donalda is not an urban approach road. It is ours, although on the west side, they connect directly to the highway. So this is the only community in our area that does not have a direct connection to the provincial highway network, and they do have to utilize our roads. White Sands Council has sent a letter, and it is attached, asking if the council of the county of Stettler would be willing and interested to advocate together with them to convert this road. From our side, that would mean that we wouldn't have the responsibility for the maintenance or regulatory oversight. The drawback to that, of course, is you also don't have the control for better or for worse. So that is part of council's consideration here, that, you know, joining into this advocacy means that you are advocating to give up the direction, management, and control of the road. And then I think the hope is that from the Summer Village is that they would see a higher level of capital investment that may support them, i.e. paving, or that at the very least they could get the province to foot the bill for the regular maintenance that would serve the same level of service we're trying to accomplish now that we both partner on the costs for.
Councillor Nyberg?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, imagine Mr. Stevens getting popped up there. A couple of things that I don't have a problem with this on the concept of it. However, anybody that's driven our 3-digit highways that are not paved, I'm not sure their maintenance level is what I would consider to be a very high standard. That said, I don't necessarily know how that would work on this one. Again, the cautionary tale is you lose control, you lose the maintenance option. We do have, I think, 11 people that live on that road. Is there 11 residents that access that road right there? I think this was also done through our, there was a concept plan that was done, and there was some talk about taking a road straight south. And what's the 20?
That would be
20 dash
three.
Is that the Bar Harbor Road?
No,
no.
further west.
Four, I think it's 20-4.
4, yeah.
Yeah, so we talked about that. I know that was a large undertaking. It's a shorter pass, but it would come off 601. You would collect both Highway 56 and Highway 835's traffic on 601 with turning lanes. To me, in a perfect world, that's the go-to on this. But unless this gets paved, I don't think this is going to fix their problem. Again, I'm not opposed to working that they take over the province takes over this, but I'm not 100% sure this is the direction we want to go.
Okay, Councillor Walker?
What are the cons of this? It sounds better than what's the downturn of it?
Yeah, so primarily it's control. So if you don't have, or if the highway maintenance contractor ends up doing a job that doesn't meet the service level expectation of our ratepayers, we're sort of hands are tied. You know, here's their phone number. Good luck, right? Same as when somebody's complaining to us about the secondary highways, and it happens. And you know, sometimes it feels a little disheartening that it's, well, you know, I want to give you a service level. And of course, this is completely just advocacy, first kick at it. We don't know how practical or realistic it is. We don't know what the ministry's position on adding new urban approach roads to their road network is. They tend not to talk about this classification of road very much. I think because they don't want people to realize that it's an option, that there is something between secondary highway and, you know, county road. And even in other cases, like you look at Big Valley, we ended up paying for the bridge on it. We had a little bit of help for paving and things like that, and the province was a good partner there, but it is kind of an interesting middle ground of a road classification.
Okay, Councillor Stevens?
I view this as a bit of a role reversal. Continually at municipalities, we talk about provincial downloads. Well, this is an opportunity for a provincial upload. And I live on that road. I get that the service level may not be the same, and I am willing to roll that dice to save the money. I'm good with it. If it gets graded less often, but it's someone else's problem and someone else's cost, I'll happily take that deal.
I'd like your wife's opinion on that, though.
I was just going to ask that too. Is that the thoughts by everybody in your household? So,
Um, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to, because it may be colorful language.
okay. Counselor Hunter? You're good? Did you have anything else other than your last comment?
Well, talking about the pros and cons, and at one point in time, we've been so frustrated by the triple digit road network that goes through our community that we had talked about even trying to look at doing a contract to take on that work. Are we just going to spin our wheels and they'll say, yeah, we'll take it on, but we're going to give you the contract to look after it? I don't know. This one is difficult for me. Again, I get the principle of it. I'm not sure this is like I said, in the perfect world, we go straight south and pave it for only 4 miles versus 6 miles going west, east.
Counselor Stevens?
I fully understand and appreciate the level of service conversation and the control, and I get that. But if you were to follow that principle to its logical conclusion, I am not happy with the width of 835 heading north of Highway 12, and I'm not happy with how rough 835 is south of Highway 12. But I will never advocate that we should take over paving and maintenance of the highways. And it's a kind of a slippery slope to go down.
Any other comments? Counselor Hunter?
I think I'd have to agree with Counselor Stevens that if we get a chance to someone else take this over and do their job, I think that's the way to go, save us some more money.
Well, the only drawback to that is Counselor Nyberg had brought forward the fact that we did approach Alberta Transportation at one point on taking over the secondary roads because of the amount of complaints that all counselors and our staff were taking on those roads. They did pick up their game after that. Like, I have to say, the road north 852 north of Gadsby has been much better since that point. But a lot of them were allowed to pound out so wide that it's hard to crown. It's hard to keep them up. So part of that improvement could have been because we haven't had a lot of rain over the last few years. So, but I guess the other question is who has to accept this from Alberta, the provincial government?
Likely that's going to go to the Minister of Transportation Economic.
And they'd have to sign off. Like, it'd be nice to direct the calls of the other communities through them, but I mean, it's still, I'm not sure how, like, what our response will be, because I'm pretty sure we'll have still have complaints. And do those secondaries ever get banned? Yeah, I know they do. So what's other than our long-term ban to try and keep the integrity of this road? What would be saved here? So, Councillor Nyberg?
And we did do a area structure plan, and then we also talked about what would go forward as far as the transportation corridors there. And I think that 20-4 was one that was discussed to be the optimum decision. I think we had quite a bit of discussion over that. There are a lot of downfalls on it, but there's only a little short piece that would need to be acquired, about 2 miles, and then we would have a road all the way south to 601 with turning lanes, which would take some of that pressure off 835 and Highway 56. So I get where they're coming from. I'm not sure this is solving the problem that they want solved. All this is going to do is alleviate some of their financial burden, some of our financial burden, of course, as well. However, I'm not sure it solves what they're really trying to fix here.
It could move more issues to the Tower Road and roads like that too. Any other questions or comments on that? Yes, go ahead, Councilor Nyberg.
Can we dictate how we do the advocacy? Because I think we should give both options to the provincial government. If they wanted to take over the road going straight south and build it, I mean, we had talked that that would be about an $8 million project for full out paving. I'm not sure if that doesn't make a, that would be the preferred situation. I think if you gave us the magic wand and said, here, this is where we're at, but
Counselor Stevens?
I actually like that idea. And it aligns with our past agreement and our traffic plan. And I think in White Sands' opinion, there's some assumptions being made on what their end goal is, but I think they'd be happy with either one, in particular if it resulted in pavement. And I'm good either way if the province wants to take on one or the other.
Back to staff, could we put that back? We'd have to put that back to White Sands, or?
Yeah, it would be appropriate to get them on board with that concept. So that can certainly be a response to the Summer Village.
Wasn't part of their advocacy hoping that county councilors may get a chance to bring it up at the RMA convention with the appropriate ministers? So, yeah, so that,
Yeah, we did already have a request in to meet with the Minister of Transportation, and I have already let the Summer Village know that request was denied. However, we may still have an opportunity to meet with bureaucrats, our own MLA, other people that can help make that happen. So that is why they chose the timing they did, or have tried to get this to us as quick as they can, so that we would have the opportunity in mid-March to bring that forward if council was on board.
Yeah, he's just been, Counselor Stevens?
Yeah, the chances of us getting a formal meeting at this point are slim to none, but informal, I mean, of course, we can help with that. I'm comfortable making a motion at this point to instruct administration to send a letter to White Sands advising them that we would support either of the two options, this one or the alternative 20-4 that was agreed upon in the area infrastructure study.
Okay. Any other questions before we take it to question? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Okay, 10 under correspondence, because 8.2 is Village of Denelda viability review update that we took in camera. 10.1 Alberta Game Wardens Association donation request, page 117 of the package.
I don't have much background on this, except we did receive this request, and we're looking for some direction from council. It is in Camrose, I think. Yeah.
Which they're getting thinned out quite a bit too. Yeah. Yeah. Where will they? Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
is this, Mr. Chair, is this even something that comes to Nikki, if we have something in play? Nikki, don't we have something in play that you could make this happen, or?
Yes, Reeve Clark through to Councillor Nyberg. We do have county giveaways that we could provide for door prizes or whatever use they wanted to use them for, honestly. So we could do that, but we would just, if you're providing funding, we would need a motion.
It should probably come through the CIP fund, right, Nikki?
Yes.
It's a late submission, so because the tournament's in March, I would assume that's why it hit the agenda.
Well, he's popped again. Mr. Stevens, Councillor Stevens.
I agree the KIP would be the right avenue for this one. It is an event that we would be sponsoring. It seems like they support worthwhile causes. I have no doubt about that. I do struggle when groups fundraise specifically to give that money away to other charities. It seems like we could skip the middleman and just give it to the Children's Wish Foundation. I always struggle when groups are fundraising just to give money away to others. It seems strange to me, but I wouldn't be opposed to pulling this out of the KIP. And just as a reminder, we did budget 7,500 in the last intake, and we didn't give out all of that. So there would be some in the budget for it.
Councillor Nyberg.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't think this fits the KIP program, in my opinion. I think we say thank you very much, and we send them a door prize and go from there. They can raffle off something, and I don't think we need to even make a motion to do that, do we, Nikki? To send them a door prize? Okay.
Correct.
Councillor Hunter has a comment.
Actually, I gotta agree with Councillor Nyberg on this one, but I know it hurts. It hurts. But I don't like the money, but you know, what do you call them? Like Larry, the gift baskets or whatever we
Yeah.
got. I mean, whatever.
Yep.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, they do a very nice gift
Yeah.
basket from here, and yeah. So, and as you said, Nikki, you don't need a motion coming out of this. Just receive this for information.
Correct. If the direction is to provide some gift basket items, that's what I'll do.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Walker. And to give, okay, and to follow through with what requests have been made from council. Okay, call the question. All in favor? That would be carried.
In favor.
10.2 addition, Lacombe Research and Development Center closure, page 120.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I received this from Lacombe County yesterday, and I did say that I would add it to the agenda. They're looking for some assistance as they try to save their research and development center in Lacombe.
Councillor Nyberg.
Mr. Chair, I think it's prudent that we send a letter and then courtesy copy these guys back that it is important to our community. I've been to a number of times at that research center, saw what they do. It's kind of, it's a unique center in our community. I think it's well worth us sending a letter and courtesy copying it to our current MP. And I would think we could have Nikki do something up and have you sign it.
Questions, comments? So
Just to clarify, who we're sending it to is to our MP, as well as courtesy copying the county of Lacombe in, and the Minister of Agriculture in Alberta, and then the Minister of Agriculture from, it doesn't take anything extra to write the letter to send it to anybody else. So, Minister of Agriculture for Foods Canada.
that a motion then?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor.
That'd be carried. Consent agenda items, 11.1, National Police Federation, Federal Government RCMP commitment through 2032. Can you kind of run through all of them, Andrew?
Mhm.
11.2, Drumheller RCMP Q3 policing report. 11.3, Stettler RCMP Q3 policing report. We'd seen Bashaw's last minutes. Or the one before. 11.4, County of Stettler Community Service Awards, page 122 to 157.
That's just a poster reminding council if they wish to attend.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, just on these reports that we're getting, and maybe Andrew can fill us in a little bit on that. Now, the reports that were being done, they don't include any of our officers' stuff, because there was some, when we were talking about advocating to the provincial government for the sheriffs, and now it's kind of got convoluted, because the sheriffs aren't in on this one either, are they?
I don't believe so. I think this is strictly limited to the detachment, as well as and I think it actually came separately last month as well. The provincial, so there's the municipal detachment and the provincial detachment functionally. So 4 of those officers are provincial, the other 8 are municipal. And so this is the municipal side. The provincial is more of the traffic side and focused on the PPSA, which is what we fall under.
And just so everybody, when we were having that conversation, they were the Alberta Sheriffs for traffic stops and vehicle inspections. They were using our numbers to include in theirs, and it was a little bit disingenuous. I think that's what they were.
Was it all the time or just during joint operations? Which
No, I think they were. That was what we had to clarify, and we were having that. So check with guys to find that out for sure. Just one other thing, I noticed in the Coffee and the Cop, the town of Stettler is involved in the next one.
Yep.
Is that something new? Because they've never done that before, have they?
Well, they have donated the hall for Coffee and the Cop, but I don't think they've ever actually showed up. Andrew and Nikki might know more about this,
Yeah.
but this time they are trying to actively participate.
Okay. Councilor Stevens, did you have your hand up, or was that where Nikki were going to speak?
I think Nikki maybe can expand on that one.
Okay, Nikki.
Sure. Yes, that we've Cam or Staff Sergeant Cam. Sorry, all I can think of is this person. Yes, he has held them in Stettler before, and the town of Stettler always donates the facility. So they have participated in that way before. And we're really hoping this year that we get a mix of people that would include Councillor Nyberg's area of what do you call that subdivision over there by the airport?
Carlisle
Estates.
Estates.
Carlisle Estates, and also the Councillor Gano's closer to town, acreage owners and whatnot that might have concerns or questions or issues that they want to bring forward as well. So we're hoping it'll be a combined group of both town and acreage and county residents.
Just a question when we're speaking with Coffee with the Cop. Denelda mentioned something, but we've had them at Denelda before. Have they been at the fire hall?
I'd have to look back on the location. I believe I wanted to say they were at the fire hall before, but I'd have to double check on that. Michelle does all that organizing for us.
The main hall.
Okay, because just if we could, if we're gonna have another one up there, if we could put a note to the village of Denelda, or put a note to them that we've held 2 or whatever we've held, and they've been held there.
Right.
Residents are fully eligible to come. I can't remember if that Coffee with Cop, would that have been a combination of Bashaw, Stettler, RCMP, and our staff, or would it have been
Yeah, you would have basically had RCMP from our mix of detachments that would have been available with a pressure on the people in those areas coming. But when you, for example, when this initiative started, we had the Rural Crime Committee that was really active in rural crime prevention. And at that time, we had a fairly significant issue with a problem spot along 601. And so that was within Stettler's jurisdiction, but the most logical place to have that meeting would have been Red Willow or Denalda. So we did try, and we've always tried to get cross-border participation. And our local detachments have always been great at working together and working with us on things like that. Possibly.
Thank you. Justin, did Councillor Stevens, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I had a question for staff regarding the NPF letter that we received. It states that they are pleased to share that the Federal Minister of Public Safety has confirmed once again the Government of Canada's ongoing commitment to RCMP contract policing in provinces and municipalities beyond 2032. Have we gotten that from the federal government, or is this just the RCMP union
I think based on
giving the notice?
I think based on the tone of this letter, a federal minister made a comment that the federation wanted to capitalize on as a commitment, and I'm not sure that it's been officially made as a commitment, but they clearly wanted to get it out there, and hopefully, I think, ingrain and make people not forget about whatever statement the federal minister made.
Can you bring up page 122? I think that's what Justin's referencing. Yep, thank you.
Oh,
We had it.
actually, I'll just open up the statement.
I just wanted that clarification that there wasn't a change of direction from the feds, because I haven't seen or heard any announcements from them, but
Yes,
it's possible I missed.
I do remember this now in the linked statement that the Federation provided. They refer back to a CBC news report that has a quote with it. So I suppose I would invite you to read that story if you follow the links through, and make a judgment for yourself on how strong the commitment is.
That answered that, Councillor Stevens?
Yep, that's perfect. Thanks.
Any other?
Mr. Chair, I'll give you a motion to receive those for information.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
All in favor?
That would be carried. Our next item is to go back into camera. So
Is our last item?
this is our last item, yeah, for Landon. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks, Landon. I'll be in contact about that hit piece, Mr. Hunter.
We haven't had a motion yet to go in camera. If
It's okay.
you can get that.
That's all right. I'll say it out
And
loud.
then I'll turn the camera off.
If I could have a question or ask, could somebody bring forward the motion to take us in camera? Thank you, Mr. Walker. Call the question, all in favor? Thank you.
In In favor?
Okay. Proposed tax agreement.
I move that the County of Stettler number 6 enter into a written tax agreement with RAL 001 for the tax rolls 796-562, 796-663, 796-847, 796-937, 796-938, 796-939, 797-938, 798-82, 799-949, 799-952, and 864-116, subject to the following allowances and conditions. The customer shall pay a minimum of $15,000 per month toward the 2024 and 2025 taxes. The customer shall pay 50% of the penalties which accrue during the term of the agreement. The county shall waive 50% of the penalties which accrue during the term of the agreement upon completion of payments. Any further conditions county administration and the county's legal counsel deem appropriate.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Oh, no.
In favor?
And
How much, what do you got on the, what do you got?
5?
Who, just do it again.
Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
I'll go in favor.
So opposed is Councillor Walker. Okay,
And Councillor Adam?
No, I put,
she put her hand up for.
Okay, well then I would be opposed. Thank you.
Right. 12.2 fire transition.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion
Councillor Nyberg.
that the County of Stettler authorize the disposition of the County of Stettler's share of the Regional Fire Department assets in Appendix A for the sale price of $205,498.42, and the further that the County of Stettler authorize the disposition of the County of Stettler's share of the fire station improvements located at 4805 47th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Plan 1423410, Block 29, Lot 20, for sale price of $577,872.26. And further, that the County of Stettler authorize the purchase of the Town of Stettler's share of fire department assets in Appendix B for the purchase of price of $4,474.05. And further, that the County of Stettler delegate to the Chief Administrative Officer the authority to dispose of the County of Stettler share of the fire department assets in Appendix C.
Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That is carried.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to make the statement that this has been a long time coming, and I'm very thankful to our staff and management, both at the fire department and our staff here, for doing such a great job and making this come to a completion. So thank you for that.
Thanks to the staff on that. Okay, 12.3 Hamlet lot pricing.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion.
Oh, I think Councillor Hunter.
Okay, yeah, sure. If he wants to make it, go ahead. Don't even have a hamlet.
That the County of Stettler number 6 set an asking price of $22,000 for each county-owned residential lot in Plan 1623372 Erskine, and that the County of Stettler number 6 set a price of $15,000 for each county-owned residential lot in Plan 0821859 Botha.
Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
And that is carried. And then 12.5 Denelda Reservoir and Truckville. Councillor Nyberg.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion that the County of Stettler direct administration to facilitate the transfer, rezoning, and redesignation of the subdivision of the portion of Block R Plan 87 or 86-7 BF, necessarily for the water reservoir and truck fill from the village of Denelda to the Shirley McClellan Regional Water Commission.
And I'll call the question on that. All in favor?
In favor.
That is carried. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. And we need a motion for adjournment.
Monday, we have a facility meeting?
Yes, a facility tour.
Okay, so, yeah, but their next council meeting, okay. I just want to make sure.
This coming meeting.
Yeah, okay.
Monday, this coming Monday, I should say, pardon me. Okay, I won't be there. I'm going on RMA business. I'll be gone till the 8th, but I'll be available by phone if I need to call in for anything or in computer. So next council meeting is scheduled for March 10th, 2026. And we need one motion. Councilor Walker? Adjourn? Call the question, all in favor? And Councilor
In favor.
wants to sit here. He can stay here.